we go. I've got that microphone on, and hopefully I'm chatting, or well, I am chatting. I know that, but hopefully I'm going through, and you can hear me, and all that nice stuff. Hey, how come there's all these extra limbs in here? And who was that three-legged man anyway? Hey, Yvonne Kunkel just popped in. Welcome, Yvonne. Got 5 minutes. Okay, Yvonne has got 5 minutes. She's on coffee break. No worries. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Happy Friday evening or Saturday morning, depending on where you are. It is February the 17th of 2023 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Of course, I'm your host, the wonderful, lovely-looking, good-looking, handsome DrFox2000. Oh, I had to throw that in. I don't know, just one of those things. It's going to be a good day, or a good night, and a good evening. Anyway, glad to have everyone on board. Hey, One Fish, what happened to you? Why were you floating upside down, by the way? It wasn't anything I did. Anyway, first person in today, yeah, the one and the only, you got it right, Linda Schoof. Why were you floating upside down? You been doing things you shouldn't have been again? Or is it having a beer and that alcohol just seems to be a little lighter than the water density? Huh? Anyway, first person in today, Lizoid. So Lizoid gets the cookies. Congratulations, Lizoid. And swimming in beer. He'd sink if he was swimming. Well, I don't know if he's having a beer and swimming in beer. I don't know. I think he'd be just as buoyant there as he would be in the lava. Or in the water, I mean, lava. Oh, he'd be cooked. Oh, boy. It's going to be one of those nights, I think. Anyway, welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. Or this evening, or this morning, depending on where you are. And nice to be here. Interesting stuff. If you're looking on the screen, you see down on the bottom right-hand corner there is some lava on this side of Pig Island, right down by the USGS and Fox logo. So it's kind of odd to see that, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. I think yesterday I had mentioned the possible migration of those vents, and look what happened, you know. It's very, very interesting to see that. So very cool. And who has beer? I think the beer. Henry's got beer. Henry and who else? I don't know. Tom, do you have any beer? Maybe check with Irish Monk. He might be drinking something else. So vent migration season? Yeah, apparently it is. And unfortunately, I do have to say the unfortunate part is we've got really, really poor weather there in Hawaii. Dr. Fox, my friend, did lose his prosthetic foot on the way home. We are fine now. Okay, as long as he's got it back, that's important. And that's really important. Going to Ireland, there you go, Yvonne. And I think he's got a landing pad there for that rocket. I'm not 100% sure, but I think you'll be okay. Just land out in the road. That's usually good asphalt. Just careful of the goats. Did it fall off the goat? I don't know. Oh boy. This is going right downhill. Oh boy, if the goat was going downhill and the prosthetic leg were going down the hill, never mind. I think we're going really bad here. They were going fast. You can always get on that rocket and get back up. Anyway, let's say hi to everyone before we get too wacky here for today. And we'll start out by saying hello to Sue and Linda Schoof. And let's see, and I just seen that one fish threw, let's see, one fish threw in a gift a membership there. So I gifted one. Excellent. Thank you, one fish. So I got, Sue and one fish and Linda Schoof and Hermione Schaefer and Grandma B and Henry Nelson and the Wonky Donkey Trevor and let's see, Yvonne Kunkel, of course. And let's go up a little bit more. Sasha and then Tom and Pepper. No driving. Yep, don't drive while you're drinking a beer. Irish Monk, of course, glad to have you on board. Sarah Miles is in. Did I say Sasha? I hope I did. And going up a little bit more, looking at, let's see, who else snuck in here? Teresa, aloha to you. And we got Lizoid, of course, who got the cookies. And going up a little bit more, we got one fish. We got Lizoid going, scrolling, looking for more. Bill Kimmel, welcome back. And let's see, there's got to be a few more in here. Looks like a 3060, so there's got to be a few more names that I might have missed. And let's see, Linda, we got Sasha, we got, all right, going up. And a lot of them could be lurking, though. Those lurkers don't talk much, and that happens quite a bit. We don't mind you guys lurking, by the way, for those who are sitting in the background. It's all good, and thank you for being there. We appreciate it. And still scrolling up. Sophie is here, of course. Welcome, Sophie. Grandma B, we got. And going up some more, looking for other ones that are chatting. And let's see, who do we got? Mona Alfano, only 1 day older. Welcome, Mona. And let's see, who else have we got? Brian Perfectability 999 is in the house. And he's saying, hi all, will be lurking and going back and forth. Well, all right. Is that pacing back and forth or just going back and forth? And we're going up the rest of the way. I don't see any other names up there that I haven't already mentioned. So let's go back down to the bottom and see if I got Sarah Miles. Oh, Michael Olson, welcome. We got Linda Schoof, we got you hiding in the box there. And let's see. Okay, Yvonne says, okay, back to work. I just wanted to say hello to the Lava family. See you around. All right, stay safe. Don't work too hard there, Yvonne. And I think that's it for names right now. Anyway, welcome everyone. And 4X now. Okay, 4 times. Are you sneezing or something? Oh boy, I hope you're okay if you're sneezing. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, the what I had mentioned yesterday was, by the looks of things, the way things were happening there at the Helena Umau crater, that I figured we would see migration of the vents, and I didn't think it would happen as quick as it did, and we did definitely see that on the screen now, and this is actually from late last night yet, their time, of course, from 23:48, what we can see on the screen. And I thought that was kind of interesting to be able to see that. Unfortunately, I wasn't smart enough to take the thermal shots from last night and throw them in there, but I did grab some of the thermal shots from earlier this morning, and we'll take a quick peek if we can find them real quick. See if we can show you what I kind of see there. It's a horrible day, by the way. It's raining there, and we don't see that much. Let's see if we can get that up properly and make it nice and big for you. And you can see where the Pig Island is. I guess I got to get my crayons working because that doesn't work otherwise. Of course, there's the primary vent area right there. And this mound in here, that's Pig Island. And of course, this is the new lava flow that's on this side of Pig Island. So that's new stuff. And that is interesting, this little area there. So, yeah. Kind of really weird thing going on there. So we do have a migration of the vents, and this picture, of course, is as fuzzy as it is because of all that steam that's happening. What has already deployed decoys? Kim Raudenbush creeps in, hits the thumbs up, super glues a donkey's tail on a donkey and creeps to the Lurkers Lounge. Don't forget to grab a cookie on the way, Kim. Anyway, that is interesting to see in that photo, and pretty cool actually. And I'm wondering if we're going to see that migrate all the way back over to here from there and see that go there. So. Because of the height of Pig Island, I don't think we're going to see anything pop up out of Pig Island. It will have to go around it. And that's a fairly thick material. That's probably 12, 14 meters thick at its thickest part. So I don't think it's going to remelt. I think we'll continue to see the lava doing its thing. And of course spouting out and down here in the bottom, and you can see in this area right there that we did have that lava. So very cool. And of course, and that's the backsplash, if you will. And so all cool. And what else we got to report on that? Let's take a look at what the current pictures are looking like. Isn't that lovely? Let's see if we refresh that, if it gets any better. No, that's what it looks like right now, all steamy. This shot is one of the other ones. Actually, I should make that a little bit smaller. There we can see the full shot. Yeah, really, it's horrible conditions. And that was at 11:08 their time this morning. And this is the one at 1400. And you cannot see a darn thing down there in that crater. This was the thermal at 11:10, and yeah, you don't see a heck of a lot there either. So that is kind of what we've got. If we redo it, this is what's left of that thermal with all that extra steam in there. Too hard to tell. That is from 1350. And here's our B1 camera shot from 11:10, and no way we're going to see anything there. And here is what it looks like at 1400 of just a steam bath. And I did add the S1 camera, and that is the south camera. But I was going to show it off today, say, hey, look how nice it looks. But no, it's not going to happen. So that is kind of what we've got going on there if we redo that shot. There is still what it is right now, current shot. But we do have a sneaky little trick. Well, it's actually a report. So let's go to the report, and we'll take a look. Whoops. Actually, I need to recrop that real quick. Let's see if we can do that really quickly for everyone, and be able to do it that way. Something like that. Get the whole frame in there. There we go. Anyway, that is what that would normally look like on that shot, but a little bit bigger, of course, and that is from the South Cam. That's what I was going to be kind of bragging about. Hey, we got that one on there now. So that is our primary vent area right over there. This is the old vent that was in the lava lake. There's our navigator right beside him, and the flows the way it was. And this was actually from from yesterday at 1817 is when this photo was taken. And unfortunately it was so hazy you couldn't see anything on the other side of Pig Island there. But you could see a lot of steam going up all over the place, so that gives you a pretty good idea. Anyway, that is what it was looking like there yesterday evening. And here's an aerial shot of from NASA. And let's see what else they got. I don't know where this is. El Golfo, wherever that is. What the Phreatic crater of El Golfo. I have no idea where that would be. But anyway, neat looking sky there. That obviously is something. And I'm trying to read through where that might be. It doesn't say again. No, it doesn't tell us. Darn it. Okay, it tells us it's ashes, but not from anywhere specific. Okay, and this one, Bonca and Nuava. Oh, they wrote it in German. It's hard to translate. Anyway, that is what the old picture of that lava lake was like from back in December 12th of 22. I thought that was kind of neat. Anyway, getting back to that, so SO2 emissions as of late, 2,000 tons per day, measured on the 13th, and that's what they're guesstimating it to still be. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on. How come you're one fish? How come you're buffering? You shouldn't be buffering. Make sure the lava cookie is hot, so it'll stick. Sneaks up behind Kim with another cookie. Nope, you cookied a decoy. Neener. Oh boy. Oops, my internet knocked over my laptop. What? Your internet? Okay. I think your internet's a little tipsy. Hope you get your internet back right side up. There, Irish monk. Anyway, let's leave that be. I'll put it back on this one for right now. And if we go to the live shot, like I said, it is all fuzzy and you're not going to see a darn thing. So we will leave Hawaii be and we will carry on. Sharon Stewart says, hi, Doc and all. Clicking in as number 47 right now. Woo! Okay, a slingshot loaded. What is going on in the chat? Oh boy, we've got all kinds of things happening there. Anyway, it's interesting to see the migration of the vents doing their thing. Or are we getting multiple vents? Is there extra lava flow? We don't know that yet. So we'll keep that in mind. And we'll carry on and go to our next wonderful destinations. And that should be Iceland. Iceland should be next on our list. So let's have a look and see what we can see there in Iceland. I want the other one first. This one. There's the good city of Reykjavik. And Reykjavik, of course, the capital city of Iceland. As you can probably tell in the foreground here, we see lots of snow there on the ground. This is a view from the Perlin Center in Reykjavik, and the lights you see flashing at the top going around there, that one. That's the Don't Hit Me beacon, since this is fairly close to the airport. And let's see, it's a double ganger. Everyone's okay. Mariano, welcome and good evening. Buenas noches and or bueno noche, if I said it right. I hope that's right. Good to have you on board. Anyway, that's what we were seeing there tonight. Let's go back about 10 hours. We can see what it looked like there during the day. And that's kind of what we had for weather. And you can definitely see the snow still sitting there on the ground, snow on the mountains in the background, and of course the snow all over the capital city. And that is kind of what it was. Don't know, there was some storms came through. If we look here, you can see that it got really nasty. You see those dark clouds. Well, they came closer and they did more damage. I think they were coming in bringing more of those white flakes, and I don't know how much flaking was going on, but it didn't last too long or past just a little further away from them, which is probably good. Putting it back to alive, let's go over to the next view. This is also from the Perlin Center. We're looking at the airport, regional airport, and the other shot is over on the right-hand side of that. That's what we were looking at. So not bad looking there right now. And if we go back about that same amount, 10 hours gives you a fair shot of what it looked like there earlier. And you can see some snowflakes coming down at that point in time, so it was snowing a little bit. And of course the airport, the grassy areas all covered in white, and the runways clear, so pretty awesome. And let's see if we can get to well, almost sunset. There was the sun going down upon the water, and that was not bad looking. So we'll carry on though. Let's put that back to live, and we'll go to the other shot. And of course this is our actually really nice looking today again. Second day in a row that we were able to see our wonderful Katla, and there it is. Very pristine and white and clean. Really nice. Yeah, Sharon Yvonne already went back to work. She was on a break, but she's back to being a lava slave. Anyway, aloha to Kathy. Good to have you on board. Anyway, nice looking there. I don't see any people. Wonder if they had the day off. Tourists had the day off. Oh, I see them leaving right down there. They're driving away. I guess no tourists today, but maybe too cold there or something. But that's what it looked like. That is, of course, that big mound there. That is the volcano Katla, and it was behaving, and we don't see any plumes of smoke or anything. This was a little bit later on. This is about 8 hours and 22 minutes ago. And if we move on, it looks like it started to snow, and that weather got in there, so for later on. Anyway, we do still see quite a bit of snow there, so it hasn't rained, washed any of that away yet, and they may end up getting more snow coming, and that's all good. And let's put it back to alive. We'll make those smaller again, so we don't burn so much horsepower. And let's go over to our harmonic tremor chart and see what that looked like for today. I'm going to refresh that guy, although it is not very old. Still going to do that. And I'm taking a quick look. So we noticed a bunch of spikes in here. So we obviously had some small earthquakes happening, and definitely see some movement of sorts. So whether or not it's actually magmatic is hard to say. Yvonne kind of hinted at she wished she had good news, but she doesn't. So I'm thinking that rather than being magmatic, this could be a tectonic to a certain degree, although there is hints of magma movement in the area, which is possible, and that is very interesting. Let's see, what else we got? So this is the Eruption, and we will go over to our Grindavik one. On the way there, we'll take a look at the Eruption, of course, being on the south end of southwest corner of Iceland, and Grimsey here is up in the northeast, or very north, I should say, one of the furthest points up in the north. Anyway, we do see one big spike in here, so obviously we had something larger as far as a quake, but we do see upward movement and then back down again. So that's what we had way up in the north. Let's take a look though at the Grindavik. It very similar reflection to what we've seen in our Eruption, and that is kind of what it is right there. And that of course is to the southwest of Eruption. We will take a look at Kristuvik. Kristuvik, of course, to the northeast, and we'll get there in a second. Scrolling, and there's Kristuvik, and that kind of mirrors the other two charts, and basically to me that kind of indicates that it would be tectonic movement, since they are all about the same, unless we've got a heck of a magma intrusion there. A trip to Askja is currently the GDP of the average country. Yeah, Irish monk. You need those snowplows first. You need several of them up in the front of your convoy, and then you need to definitely have some extra help to get you over there. Let's put this back on. Umbrella in a U-boat? I don't think that'll work, Kathy. Not to go to ask you, but I think we need some tanks and track vehicles, snowcats of sorts, to make it out there right now. Even though the Askja Lake is melted somewhat, it's the other part. 38,000 euros per person? You are kidding me. Holy mackerel. That is a lot of money. And where do they stay? Somebody is taking advantage of something there. 38,000 euro. That is just absolutely out to lunch. Anyway, Dr. Fox, sorry, those quakes were my fault. I sneezed. I don't know about that, there, Kim. Your sneezes aren't that powerful. Let's take a look and see what we got for earthquakes, and see if any of them are similar to what that Kim Raudenbush is doing. First off, I don't see anything way up north, so we'll take a look and see. We'll start down here on the Reykjanes Peninsula. For those who are not familiar with it, there's the capital city of Reykjavik right there. And of course, we slide over here. There's a Keflavik airport, the international airport, and Keflavik and Reykjanesbær and Jarðvík. And if we slide down a little bit here, you can see the location of the Blue Lagoon, and that's not Blue Baboon, but a Blue Lagoon, and of course the power plant right beside it. And then going a little further south, there's the good town of Grindavik, and I'm particularly fond of these two earthquakes over here. They make me smile. But let's look at these other ones and see what we've got. This one is from 1350, and it is a magnitude 1.4. It came in at 10 kilometers of depth. And this is a 1.2, 5.4 kilometers down from 1550. Next one, we've got a 0.8, 2.8 kilometers down from, that's a brand new one, by the way. In the future, 2339 is the time, well, almost in the future. This one is from 309 and the 0.66, 5.4 kilometers down. We have this guy, thank you Tom for the 5-minute warning, at 10:17 a.m., 1.13, 4.4 kilometers down, or just about 4.5. That is out on the peninsula. Then we are getting a little bit closer. There's Grindavik, and this line here depicts the edge of our Fragedalfjall system, and you can see that system. It's this funny line going around here. Anyway, we have a 0.2, 1.4 kilometers down, 1528 was the time on that one. The other one is right here from 1123, 5.57, 4.8 kilometers down. And of course, there's our Ragnar's, what we call it, and then of course the Siggy Fisher. And that is very close to Siggy Fisher, this 0.57. So makes you wonder, it's right above it, basically. Moving over a little bit more, there's Krisavik, and here's 0.9, 6.5 kilometers down, 8:22 a.m. for him. Then going a little further to the east, we see from 2201, 0.1, 4.5 kilometers down, from 9:35 a.m., 0.5, and 4.8 kilometers down for him. Another 0.5 there, 5.6 kilometers down from 7:56. Then we have this 0.25, 5.6 kilometers down from 27 minutes after midnight. And then this one from 8:44 a.m., magnitude 0.83, 5.7 kilometers down. Then we've got another one here of 0.41, 9.8 kilometers down, or sorry, 8.9 kilometers down. Dyslexia takes over, 1327. And this 0.66, 4.6 kilometers down from 8:24. And let's grab this 0.9 down here so we don't forget them. 1.1 kilometers down from 1750. And we've got a 1.03, 6.5 kilometers down, 6.5 kilometers, whatever you want to call it. 5:23 a.m. for him. We got a 0.2, 6.1 kilometers down, 1601. And right beside it, a 1.02, 6.7 kilometers down from 734. Then we also have this 0.26, 8.5 kilometers down from 2:43 a.m. Let's zoom out. We'll grab some of these other ones. 1.27, 8.1 kilometers down from 7:57 a.m. And then we got a 0.84, 8.6 kilometers down from 10:21. And then we've got this one, 16:35, 0.6 in magnitude, 2.6 kilometers down. Michael Olson throws in a 10. Let me get that written down. Michael. Thank you very kindly, Michael. I appreciate that. Michael Olson throws in that wonderful $10 super chat. Appreciate that. And that will be enjoy your next break and have a Pepsi on me. I appreciate that, Michael. And awesome, I will. And let's go over. There's Hecla, and we will get over to the next one here. This Tarfar Yokl. If I said that right, I probably butchered it. 9:09 a.m. 1.01 in magnitude. 18.9 kilometers down, a real long way. And here's one I can say, Katla. Anyway, Katla had a bunch of 0.3s here. 0.3, 1.1 kilometer down from 1809. Next one is a 0.3 from 800 meters down, and that was from 857. And we got a 0.9, 1.4 kilometers down from 1551. and the bigger one there, a 1.58 from 735 or 7.7. Let's try that again. 735 meters down from a 1509. I think I got 12 mumbles today. Got a balking backwards and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, 1609 we had a 0.5, and that was 5.1 kilometers down. It is a time for a break, so that's where I'm going to draw the line. We'll go up and we'll see nothing at Grimsvatn, but I think Irish Monk's GPS is still working here. It looks like it's got a little stack happening. We'll take a look at those after the break. So let's see if we can still see some lava flow, and we'll go from there. Yep, we do still have a little bit before the thing turns into a real mess there at our wonderful Helemaumau crater in Hawaii, on the big island of Hawaii, in the state of Hawaii, out in the middle of the Pacific. Anyway, need a 4x4 with a 30-inch clearance to go to Katla, and then a helicopter. Okay, that would be good. Helicopter. Okay. Thanks, Irish Monk. That's awesome. Anyway, for those good folks who are here, if you have not yet hit that magic thumbs up button, please give it a bop. And Irish Monk will make sure the leprechauns will take care of you if you hit that thumbs up button. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Please, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. I'll be back after the break. Keep smiling. And don't go away. More to come. Thanks. And by the way, I messed around with my music, so I should have better sound, or better music. Maybe. We'll see. I'll be back. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone, and glad to have you all on board. I want to say a thank you to Irish Monk for that wonderful super chat for our rabbits, and not the herder, and we'll make sure it goes directly to the rabbits. And thank you very kindly for that. And welcome to Eddie Otoro. Glad to have you on board. Buenos dias, or buenos noches, I guess, for you. And Grenzed also made it in. Good to see you, Grenzed. And can't see it on my phone. Yeah, and Piggy is not here tonight. Piggy will likely be on tomorrow, though, since that'll be a little bit earlier for her. She is likely sleeping. She's been trying to do that. But anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and John and Sasha and I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. I still want a recording, Sharon. And thanks, Philomena, for the welcome back as well. And yeah, no, Piggy is not really MIA. Piggy's inner sty is sleeping, and hopefully that is good. Eddie Oturo, I just wanted to kind of mention, you're probably using the app, and if you're using the app, YouTube app, you only see a couple of people in the chat at the time as the messages are going through. What you could try to do is to bring up YouTube via a browser window instead, and do it that way. And if you have your phone sideways, you can see the chat a little bit bigger. You can see a few more people in there. And I've done that before myself, and it seems to work a little bit better, but it's still not a lot. You need a bigger screen. So unfortunately, it is one of those things. You know, that's all I can suggest. John Raper says, that's what I do. Excellent, John. And it does help a little bit if you're doing that. So open a browser window and do it that way rather than using the YouTube chat, or YouTube app, I should say. This lava is glowing, what? Is glowing backwards? I don't know if it's glowing backwards or flowing backwards. Not really. It's flowing to the southeast. But I moved it back a little bit here from because it's been really cloudy there, unfortunately. So summer has thankfully returned, and I hope to walk to the sea later. Can't see waves. Okay, that is good that the waves are gone and it's a calm sea. Anyway, let's get back over to our wonderful Iceland and go through the rest of those earthquakes, and we'll have a peek there. And let me get on that earthquake map. I did say we were going to stop off right here, since we did have 74 quakes during the last 24 hours. So let's take a look at these other ones. 6:35 a.m., 0.72 in magnitude, 6.4 kilometers down. Then we've got 1.1 kilometers down from 2045. And right here at Bardabunga, and that is the lost GPS. And there we go, 0.6 in magnitude, 1.1 kilometers down. That's about the right location for that lost GPS signal. From 1548, we got a 0.5 there as well, 5.2 kilometers down, 1840. And a 0.3, and that is 5.2 kilometers down as well, from 1852. And the other one there is a 0.1, about 1 kilometer down from 1837. So that is at Bardabunga. Let's go up to, let's grab this 0.2 in the middle of nowhere. 7.9 kilometers down, 2 minutes after midnight. That's the brand new one. That's in the future here. That's after their midnight, of course. And let's grab these other ones. 0.1, 5.7 kilometers down from 1714. Then we've got this one, 0.3, 13.6 kilometers down from 1637. Then we've got a 1605, a 0.1, and 3.7 kilometers down. Then at Askja's got a whole bunch. And let's take a look at some of them. I'm not going to look at all of them, but there's some small ones, some big ones. 5:41 a.m., 0.13, 8.2 kilometers down, then 1.34, 2.9 kilometers down from 4:30 a.m. We've got a 1, and that was in at 2.9 kilometers down from 14 minutes after 10 a.m. Then this one from 15:25, and that is 5.2 kilometers down. The other bigger one here, a 1.17, 4.444 kilometers down. That was 8:47 a.m. So we'll leave the other small ones there. There's a bunch, so we do have a little bit of activity there at Askja. And Herdebreit, the north side of Herdebreit, is really going. And it too has a bunch of little swarmy stuff. Biggest one out of the batch here, what I see, is a 1.27, 3.39 kilometers down at 9:40 a.m. And let's see what else we got in here. We'll try to grab just a few. This one is fairly recent. 23:18 was the time on it. A 0.4, 1.9 kilometers down. Then we got a 0.99 from 1302, 4.1 kilometers down. We got a 1.2, 7.8 kilometers down from 1620. We've got this one, a brand new one, 44 minutes after midnight their time, so about 2 minutes ago or something like that, a 0.6, and that is 3.5 kilometers down. And let's grab this 0.4 way over here, 5.2 kilometers down for a 0.4 from 1702. Not going to worry about the rest. They're all small little guys, but they're just north of Herdebreit, and that is all cool. We'll zip up north here, look, see what else we've got. This one from 5:47 a.m., 0.44. 137 meters down, and that is very shallow. And then up here, looking at, there's a Grimsey, and this is 0.87, 10 kilometers down from 11 minutes after 12 noon. Then we've got this guy here from 8:33 a.m., 1.07 in magnitude, also 10 kilometers down. A 1.4, 13.2 kilometers down from 1546, and the closest one to a Grimsey. I wonder if that's the one that made that big spike in there. A 1 in magnitude, 3.8 kilometers down, 1:46 a.m. I wonder if maybe it was the other guy over here. We do have these two here, a 1.1, 5.4 kilometers down from 1825. And a 1.4, 4.2 kilometers down from 1824. So that kind of gives you a pretty good idea of what we've got going on there in Iceland as far as quakes are concerned. It's interesting, but I don't know. Seeing some of the little swarms, I wonder if we are going to see something at Askja after all, but you never know. And we do hope, though, that the Reykjanes Peninsula gets a little bit more active, and we'll see more quakes. And it's very nice to see these two in our Fagradalfjall area. That is always nice to see something happening there. And something is better than nothing. And that's all good. Okay, let's pop over to our next location, and let's see if we can fix that up a little bit. There we go. And that, of course, is going out to the Azores. That's down the mid-Atlantic ridge a little bit. And we do see the big harbor lights here reflecting in the water, giving us a really big glare. And this is one of the wonderful towns or villages there on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And I'm sure Irish Monk will correct me if I said that wrong. I wish them bleak winters there, Sharon Stewart. Okay. Anyway, we do see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance, and for those who aren't familiar with that, this is what Pico Island looks like during the day, and of course not today, but actually wasn't too bad there when I looked earlier, and that isn't that bad. So that's what it looks like regularly. Anyway, we'll get to the other shot here. This, of course, because we are here before midnight, we can see how much wave action we're splashing up here. And there really isn't a heck of a lot. So this, of course, is that cove we just looked at. And that is this one. And again, this is not from today. Just to give you an illustration of what it looks like during the daylight hours. So that's what we've got. Popping over to the other map, I don't see anything indicated on this map. And either this map is broken or we just don't have another quake on St. George. But if we go to the other map, I was checking earlier. I'm going to refresh this though and see. And yep, it did have two quakes showing, so something wasn't right with our map. And let's get rid of the advertisements there. And looking here, let's get that onto St. George. We do see this one, and that is 15 hours ago, a 2.0. So I don't know if they turned off their map or what, the sensor didn't see it or something, but that is 15 hours ago. That guy is 8 kilometers down, came in at 9:33 GMT, and that's about it for today. That's the only quake on St. George, and of course you can see Pico Island there, and then Fayal Island over here, and Terceira is over here with the other volcano. So that is what we've got there. Let's slide down here a little bit, and I was just past San Miguel Island, and there we got this guy. It's a 2.0, 15 kilometers down, so slightly deeper. 8:04 a.m. for that guy. So that's it for our wonderful area there, and just so you can kind of get an idea of where we are in the world. That is right out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There's, of course, Iceland. And if we go back in a little bit, there we can see Sue waving over here from, Cole Harbor. And then, of course, Irish Monk and his buddy there are waving back from over here in Ireland at Doolin. And, of course, this is Portugal and Spain and France and England. Greenland up there, Newfoundland over here, just so you have an idea of where that is. And then the Canary Islands, aka the European Hawaii, is right down here. And yeah, the new continent is going to pop up in here. And of course, Yvonne she told me it's going to be well, I said it's going to be the continent of Kunkel, and it's going to be right in here. And at the top end we'll have some mountains with some ski areas, and the bottom will be very close to the Azores. You can take the ferry over and stuff like that. It'll be really cool. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I'm kidding about that, guys. It's all good. And let's oh, hang on, you didn't even see that, did you? Because I was on the wrong thing. You can't see. You can only see part of that map. Somebody should have said something. There we go. There's Irish Monk and his buddy waving. There, that's better. Sal Jorge. I learned that wrestling came in Brazil. Sal Jorge. Oh, I didn't wrestle any caiman. And Sue, of course, is over on that side there. But Sao Jorge, and I don't want to wrestle any caiman. You know, caiman are not so nice looking. They look like a crocodile that had their snout cut off, and I don't know. Maybe they snout bop you. I don't know. What do you know about them there, Mr. Irish Monk? Anyway, let's get over to the next stop on our wonderful trek around the world here. And this one, of course, Volcano Gray, and we all know where that is. There it is. We see a little bit of it, and I'm trying to get it onto that little eruption that we've seen. This is our wonderful what is it? Hang on. It's Fuego in the clouds. The mountain of fire. Fuego, fire. And there it is at 12:58 this afternoon. It was throwing out a lot of material in the clouds, and hard to see. And of course, with all that cloud and moisture and stuff, I'm hoping that forest fire has gone out. And let's see. Kathy says, I'm glad you're so happy, Dr. Fox. I watched Lyle, a Crocodile movie. It was a hoot. Oh, okay. Yeah, those crocs. I don't know if you ever seen a caiman. I did actually see a bunch of them, and it was a good thing I had a big stick with me when I was in Belize, and the locals actually told me if you're going to go walking up the beach, there's a spot where there's a dip, and some seawater goes in there, and they did tell me, watch out for the caiman there. And I said to the guy, well, are they going to attack or something? And he said, well, usually not. Usually they get scared away by the people. But he said, before you cross the little water area, it's only a foot deep kind of thing. He says, take a big stick and smack it in the water a couple times just to scare them off. And I thought to myself, wow, that was a little bit weird. And anyway, so I did go wandering up the trail, and I made sure I had that big stick with me. They actually gave me one. Stare at them with your boots. I didn't have no boots on. I was wearing sandals. It was nice beach stuff there. Anyway, I got up there, and of course before I smacked into the water, I looked around, and sure enough, I seen about 4 of them. And they weren't that big, mind you. The biggest one was maybe about 5 feet in length. The other ones were smaller, but I did see them. And they're not very good looking. They are ugly as far as, if you had alligators and crocodiles, they are much nicer looking than the caiman. Caiman really do look like they had their snouts chopped off. But hey, they are what they are. Anyway, smacked the water, and I smacked it and yelled, and they all took off. So I have 2 minutes. Okay, let's make this very quick. That's the last one. 7:39 this morning is when we seen that little puff come out of there, and that is okay. Thanks, Tom. And quick peek. Took this shot. I got it from 9:59 a.m. of Masaya volcano down in Nicaragua. You can see down into the dungeons down in the bottom, and very scary down there. You wouldn't want to fall in. First drop down is a couple hundred meters, and that second drop down another couple hundred meters. Boots in the Amazon. For boots in the Amazon, Irish Monk. Wow, that is an awesome super chat. That will be, that'll be very well deserved. And thank you very kindly. I gotta be careful of that. That's an awesome super chat, Irish Monk. Thank you very kindly for that. I'm going to refresh this one. Let's see if we have any lava. There it is. Some lava down in the bottom of that caldera. And of course, that is Masaya volcano in Nicaragua. Quick peek over at Popocatépetl, and Popo wasn't all that busy today. It had a few puffs, but nothing really super wild. This one was at 1830, well, 1829. Looked pretty awesome. And then earlier on, of course, we were suffering from clouds, and they didn't help us any. And we back up a little bit more, and we had more of that cloudy stuff in the way. Going back about 8 hours ago, 10:48, we don't see too much. There was some continuous smoke, and then a little earlier we had a little bit of an eruption, but it didn't do a heck of a lot. And as we go through the earlier morning hours here, back into the golden times, it was kind of continuously off-gassing today. So maybe it's trying to grow up and be a big volcano. Well, hang on, it is a big volcano. It's the tallest thing there in our wonderful Mexico, the land of Mexico. Anyway, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. That's kind of what it was. And this is very early in the morning at 3:54 a.m. and it was buffering. So we'll leave that be. Let's put it back to live, and we'll leave it right there. It is time for me to go take another break. So I'm going to put you back over here by Boots in Montevideo, and I get a small honest percentage. Okay. That is awesome. I will definitely have to write that down before I go trekking in the jungle. And that is important. If you're going to go in the jungle, do get yourself a good set of boots. And I totally agree with Irish Monk there. There's all kinds of things. They got to be snake-proof as well. And hopefully everything else proof. Anyway, for those good people who are here in the chat, please, if you have not yet, hit that like button. Give it a quick bop. Bananapus, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Nightbot, just a good back. What a smoke break. Okay, good to have you on board, Bananapus. Dr. Fox, don't mention Irish Monk name. Why? Are you telling me something there, Tom? Have you bought boots down there? No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. And when we come back from the break, we will have bacon seeds. And, of course, Piggy sent us those nice bacon seeds. Anyway, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you are sitting in the Lurkers Lounge and you haven't subscribed yet, please do consider subscribing if you're enjoying the show and you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. And good night, KC. Kananaskis country. Take care. Have a good time out. And thank you for the welcome backs from John and Sasha and Sue. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. That's awesome. And thank you very kindly. And of course, thank you very kindly to that wonderful Irish monk for that wonderful super chat for the boots. I'll definitely consider that. Oh, we got a noisy magpie in the tree telling me, hey, what are you doing? You're supposed to talk about us magpies. And, yep, I'm talking about you, magpie. Where's my bunnies, magpie? Oh, he left. Never mind. Lizoid says, I lurk because I might get stepped on. Just keep out of sight there, Lizoid. And anyway, Sarah Miles, welcome, and watch out for Lizoid. Yep, he's small and slithers around on the ground, little green thing. Don't step on him. Good night, Bananapus, and may the lava cover all of the world's war machines. You got it, Bananapus. That would be awesome. Lizoid, have you tried walls? Yep. I think Lizoid definitely needs to try walls. We have a bunch of those. Just Lizoid, no pun intended, but stick to the walls. Okay, never mind. That was a pun. Oh, okay, let's get over to the bacon seeds. These are the last two from yesterday. And of course, our wonderful Piggy did send some more bacon seeds, and we'll have a look at them. There she is. She's got them on there, typing away, doing her thing. And she sent us 6 climb every mountain. Yep. What? Kathy says a device is getting hot. Oh, how darling. Oh, okay. How about that, darling? He's looking right at you. And what if you woke up in the morning and seen that? Oh, the bombers are coming. Boy, that guy's low. Huh. He's lower than the clouds, that's for sure. Sorry, and that was some crazy pilot. I don't trust pilots either, there, Irish monk. Anyway, that is, he's hypnotized, yes. He's been listening to my show, listening to my voice, shooting down balloons, possibly. Yeah, they shot another one down up in Alaska. And just as it got into the territorial waters, and they let it smack down onto the ice, and recovery efforts were on the way. This is our next wonderful bacon seed. I think he needs a hogwash, but he still looks like he's smiling nicely, and looks like a whole herd of them right there. Let's see, Irish monk says many monks are speaking from the bunker. Yeah, I think so. Hopefully, those low-flying aircraft always worry me. I did go to an air show a bunch of years ago where they had, I can't remember what it was. It was an old Piper that they especially designed, and the pilot was an old guy, and of course they made the plane so it would lose bits and pieces as he flew across there, and you'd be surprised how those things will continue to fly with so little stuff on it. And he ended up losing a portion of the tail rudder, and he lost bits off of both wings, and a part of the fuselage came off, and the thing was still flying, and the guy landed safely. So it was pretty awesome. It was all part of the show, right? So pretty cool. Anyway, that is a nice bacon seed picture. I like that. Here's our next one, and this guy is out in the field looking at grasses and dandelions and fluff and things, and gotta love it, you guys. Near an Air Force base here, Sarah Miles, okay, no worries. Yeah, I'm about 40 kilometers from an airport, so for them to be that low, it's a no-no. He was lower than he's supposed to be. We've got a 500-foot limit here, so above the city, and they have to abide by that. And that guy was only like about 200 or 300 feet up. Next vacant seat are these two wonderful guys, and they are off in the flower patch, tasting, I think, and they're smiling. They like the smell, I guess. Smells better than the sty. Yeah. Oh, I know that's bad, eh? Anyway, or let's continue on. Camouflage. Yep. Not doing very good for camouflage, though. You can definitely see them sticking out. Wow. We do live in the matrix. Yep. Next one is this guy or girl or whatever it is. Looks like that one's wearing a saddle or something. I don't know. That looks a little odd. Anyway, a wonderful looking bacon seed with flowers on its head. And that might be a Hawaiian pig. Not sure. But those look like Hawaiian flowers to me. You never know, though. I could be wrong. What Canadian ATC, Air Traffic Control? Yeah, the submarine. Don't laugh, one fish. West Edmonton Mall has 4 working submarines. The Canadian Navy only has 2. Anyway, one more bacon seed to go, Doc, and they are sniffling the daisies. Welcome, Oz. Glad to have you on board. Last bacon seed for today, and there's this one, and that to me is a real sunflower if you ever seen one. And it's a puggy little guy doing his thing, and got a smirk on his face too. So awesome, and a big thank you to Piggy for sending us in all of those wonderful bacon seeds. That is awesome, and thank you very kindly, Piggy. If you're lurking, do appreciate it, and really do like having those. So thanks, and that's all cool. All right, let's carry on to our next volcano. And of course, that is this guy. Let me get that screen a little bit bigger. And no, I'm on the wrong screen. Let me try that again. This screen. And the picture just disappeared. Of course. Let's go back and see if Merapi is doing anything out of the clouds. And no, that's in the clouds. How about here? No, in the clouds. How about here? 4.5 hours ago, in the clouds. I think Merapi is lost cause today, and that's 8 hours ago. Oh, we do see it. There it is, 8 hours ago. We could see a little bit of a visual on it. And that's right before the clouds moved in and covered it up some more. And let's see, if we get a little bit closer, we might even see a little bit of something popping out of there. We did see a little bit of a lava spot up there. Let's switch that just to get that. Let's go back there. Where's that little lava spot? Not there. Oh, darn. Anyway, we've seen it up there. It's not doing a heck of a lot. And prior to that, of course, we had more lovely issues with clouds, and it is a cloudy day. There is a little bit of lava, and that is from Merapi. So that's all you get. That's actually from yesterday, their time, 21:30. And it wasn't anything super exciting. Just prior to that, it was in the clouds. So very, very difficult to see, and the cameras were on and off. So let's leave Merapi be, and that is back to what it is looking like right now. Kind of a jungle-like and hiding. I don't know if it's actually off-gassing or had a little bit of an eruption, but we can't tell with all that cloud over top of it. So only guessing at it. And of course, there's the other ones. We do see that we did have a little bit of shaking going on there within the volcano, but nothing major, and everything seems to be turning on and off over there. So they may have some problems. Anyway, next one on our list is this one, and we can actually see it today. And Grenzed was right. The clouds are starting to dissipate a little bit. And that, of course, is Ruapehu in New Zealand. And that is, there it is. Beautiful. And we haven't seen it for a while. Most of that snow has melted. Some of the glacial areas are still intact, though. So I don't know if that's going to melt off yet or it's going to stay. We'll see what happens. And looking pretty awesome. That's about 12:30 their time. So really, really nice. Heavy eyelids. So good night, everyone. Take care, Mr. Wonky Donkey Trevor. And have yourselves a wonderful night there. And yeah, so a little bit better weather in New Zealand. Hope things are drying up for them. And even in the earlier hours from 9:06, that's what it was like. So looking a lot better. And actually, yeah, wow, they had clear skies at 7:22. And that is pretty cool to see. And even, oh my God, we even had stars up during the night. That is pretty awesome. Haven't seen that for a while. It's been cloudy and yucky and miserable there. 5:08 a.m. Stars. That is incredible for a background on Mount Ruapehu. Let's put it back to live. Yep, it is cool looking. That is awesome. And John Raper saying good night to everyone as well. And let's go to our next chart here. And this is for Taupo. And there we go. We're seeing a little bit of earthquake activity. A couple of spikes in here that happened just recently. So we'll have to take a look on our earthquake maps and define that in a little bit. See what's going on. But other than that, it looked pretty quiet so far. So couple of spikes, might have some little tremors in the area, and let's make that bigger so we can all see it. There you go. And that is what we were seeing. So that is fairly current and awesome to see. And of course they are on the 18th already because they're across that international date line, so they're in the future. These earthquakes haven't happened for us yet. We're still on the 17th. And let's see, Kate is here. Welcome, Kate, and good to have you on board. Why does Guam have no earthquakes? So Guam has earthquakes too, Kathy. Lots of them, quite a few. Matter of fact, a friend of mine, fellow ham radio operator I was talking with, he was in a special building that was hurricane proof and earthquake proof up to a 9 in magnitude. And I was yakking with him, and of course he was chatting, and while he had the mic open, and he accidentally said a couple of words that he shouldn't have said, but he says, "Oh, it's a beep beep earthquake," and you can actually hear his dishes and everything rattling in the background. And he said, thank God this building is rated at a 9. And I think they had a 5.2 is what he said it was on his app that he had. So, yeah, they do definitely have earthquakes there in Guam. And that's the way it is. Anyway, this wonderful shot here is, of course, courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center in Taupo. And you can see Mount Ruapehu in the back there. right there. That one behind this hill, that is Mount Ruapehu. And nice to be able to see it today. And that is awesome. And yes, there's some guy on a parachute being pulled by a boat. There's the boat. And they're going around in circles. Of course, the caldera for Taupo, the volcano, is the whole lake. So just so you're aware of that, that is where it is. And the primary action that we see every once in a while is over there. Like you see where that outcropping is, about a half a kilometer towards Taupo from there. That's about where most of the shaking is going on. 5 minutes, thanks Tom, I got that, and let's put this back on here. We're actually gonna make these guys smaller. We'll head over to Japan and see, and that's not the right button, and this is the right button for Japan. We'll start off with our Japanese stuff here and see what we can find out. So it looks pretty peaceful there, not bad weather right now at 10:25 a.m. in Japan. And I was looking earlier, but I didn't see too much. I was trying to see during the night if they had any major pops, and they did not. Let's see. Yeah, going back here a little bit, we do have this right around here. And you know, that's at 6:30 in the morning. I was actually looking for the birds, and they should be around 7 a.m. or thereabouts. But they might have been, oh, there's one. They might have got up early too. It was a nice day. So let's see, just after a sunrise. No, and that is what we had there. I was trying to see if we got anything. We did get the volcano report. I was just looking to see if there was anything else that happened. Sue, I did get your thing about Turkey and Syria, and that was kind of an extended version of what we had previously shown. Yeah, we did show the thing about Kilauea, so that's all good. We haven't done the report, the volcano report yet, but we'll do that after the break, I think. Want to go back a little bit here, and during the night, we don't see, in this shot, we don't see that much of a glow. I did go back a little earlier. I was seeing, it looks like right there, a little bit of that reddish tint, and it looks like we did have a little bit of lava glow in the crater. Very hard to tell though. That one's probably a little better, but it kind of was quiet for the most part. So it behaved a little bit more. Yeah, you can definitely see the glow in this one. And there's some lava glow, and I hope I'm on the right channel. I was looking at the wrong thing here. So that glow came and went a little bit, and this one you can't see it because it's fresh and too hard to tell in that shot. So a little bit more quiet. There's a little bit of glow there. A little bit quieter for activity there. So that's all cool. Anyway, ice cream boat, quick check. Yep, ice cream boat. We have one ice cream boat in, so if you want to run down, get an ice cream, you can. And it is definitely there. And that, of course, is a present view. It almost looks like a lenticular cloud, but kind of flat topper over there. That looks pretty awesome. Let's go over to the other volcanoes real quick. This is Suwanoshijima, and it too was a lot quieter today. I didn't see anything popping out of there, no big nasty plumes of any type. The clouds, of course, hindering our view a little bit. A little earlier we had stars up top there, and I do believe this may, no, that I don't think this is an eruption. Maybe it is. It's hard to tell. That could be some off-gassing that was happening there. It's really hard to see because there were other clouds in there as well, so hard to see. Anyway, that's kind of what we had there at Suwanoshijima. This definitely was from the volcano, and you can see it's coming up from that back caldera. And let's pop that back onto live. We'll make that a little smaller. Go back to this one, and this is the last one before the break, and you can see what's going on there. And that is Aso-san, and a little further north from Sakurajima by about 100 kilometers or thereabouts. And you can see it's continuing to steam quite a bit. So that caldera being up here acts like a big bowl. Every time it rains, all that water gets in there. The floor of that caldera being very hot allows that water to steam off. So that is what it is. Nice and what? Ace and the hotel. Oh, okay. Anyway, that is it. So I'm back over to here, and not bad looking. We do have the ice cream boat still sitting there. So grab that ice cream. We'll put you back over to Hawaii for the time being. Oh, I got to start that back up. Give me a second. I'm just doing some maintenance stuff here. I'm making those screens a little smaller so we don't burn so much power, and we'll let our wonderful stream continue. All right, where is it? There it is. Hit that go button. There, you can see that lava flowing. All right, Pepsi and ice cream. Yep, we can make a float. Anyway, don't go away. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. That would really be awesome if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And I will be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. And more to come. Thanks. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Yep, we ended up in the smoke and the fog and fog. It's horrible there in Hawaii right now. Halemaumau crater is, of course, getting a bunch of rain, so that's what was happening. Anyway, thank you everyone for the welcome backs, and I see, oh, JB is the only one that said welcome back. All right, no worries. I think everyone fell asleep. I may have to make more noise or something, get my air horn going. What happened to Kim Raudenbush? Too many good cookies there in the Lurkers Lounge, and he fell asleep. It's either that or they got into my fridge and got the rest of my pizza. I had pizza for lunch, so I'm having pizza for sleep. I fell asleep until I heard your voice, JB. That is one of those wonderful things. Glad you're back and awake. Anyway, we were doing our wonderful stuff, looking at all the good volcanoes around the world, and it's a time to, we kind of got one more to look at. I think for my post-show thing, we're going to have to find some new lava, because I think the rest of this stream from Hawaii was basically clogged up. We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's pause that. We'll get over to our next stop on the agenda. And I'm surprised it's still light there, and it is actually very nice to see. And that, of course, is a Yellowstone, a national park in the United States. This is in our wonderful, what state is that in? That's in Wyoming, and part of the other portion there is Montana, and then we got a little bit over in Idaho. We do have some buffalo in sight, so there's some buffalo right there and over there. These are buffalo, and these are creatures, and they move around. Oh, somebody just moved the camera. That's pretty awesome. It wasn't me, it was them. They did it. So nice to see that there is still somebody there. Oh, they moved it some more. Every time I go circle around them, maybe they're watching our stream. And I talk about the buffaloes. Okay, zoom in on the buffaloes. Maybe they'll do that for us. Yummy Stone. Yep. Yellowstone, of course, being a super volcano. And we hope that one never goes off, at least not within the next 10,000 years. And let's humanity build up a little bit more, and get enough technology to be able to calm a super volcano. But that is what we're seeing there right now. The Sharon Stewart did bring up the link for, so if you do want to go there, for those who have not yet actually bookmarked that link, please consider doing that. And during the daytime, they've got some lovely views. They've got over 500 active geysers. Of course, the Old Faithful being the primary one. And then we've got a bunch of other ones, such as Steamboat and the Beehive, etc., etc. And they are pretty cool. Yellowstone is an amazing place. I took my kids there 5 years ago. Excellent, Michael. And I've never been there. I will go there one day. I do have intentions of having a look at it. My mother was there a bunch of years back, and she said walking around Yellowstone gave her an uneasy feeling. It almost feels like the rock carpet that you're on is moving under your feet. And she's very sensitive to those kinds of movements, and it was pretty awesome. They messed with the camera, or it switched to black and white. Yep, from color. Anyway, let's leave Yellowstone be. Let's go over to our next one, and of course, and that is starting off with our a wonderful earthquake map. And let me switch it back to the satellite version, or that's what they call it anyway. I want to point out a few larger ones here real quick, and we'll try to make this as quick as possible. Up here in the Aleutian Islands, near Adak, Alaska, we have 4.0 from 1847 yesterday, and 161.2 kilometers down. We do see two spots here that are red in Alaska as well. That's a 3.6. And what is it? Ninilchik, Alaska. 3.6 happened today at 1746, 97.9 kilometers down. And the other one up here at Petersville, or near Petersville, and that is from 1759, 79 kilometers down. Pardon me. Now going down the coast, we see a little one up here, 3.0 at Yakutat, and that is from 1710. 5.1 kilometers down. And here's one that is of interest, and there's Vancouver Island, and Bob is down here, a C&D boy, and he felt this one, and it's a 4.6, and they call it 180 kilometers west of Port Neal, and there were no tsunamis. I already checked that. And they say it was only a 3 on the shaker scale, and I don't believe that. I think it was bigger than that as far as the shaking attitude. And I was mentioning to Bob that I felt that over here in Port Hardy, they would have felt that quake very much so. And that is over here, one of the furthest north settlements on Vancouver Island, of course. But it's a 4.6, so a sizable quake, and that is all cool. Anyway, let's continue down the coast. We do see here we had another 3.2 west of Petrolia in California, and of course that is the same area where we have been getting these little swarms. Eureka is right about there, and Ferndale is there. So this is kind of right at a junction there. But as long as we're seeing the smaller ones popping, we're all good. It's when we stop seeing the small quakes along the San Andreas Fault, that is when we have to start getting worried. Going down, we don't see anything newer for a little ways until we get way down here. In Peru, 4.5 from 2215 yesterday, 139.2 kilometers down for him. We'll catch these on the other side. Moving over, I did want to see if we've seen any new shakers there in New Zealand, but on this map there is not. I'm going to refresh this one, and we are going to take a look and see. And going in, zooming in, and I don't see anything right at Taupo or Taupo. We do see this one, that was yesterday's and 1522, and we do see this one happened yesterday at 2218. So we're not seeing anything at Lake Taupo. Kind of wondering the ones that we've seen on the seismograph there, if there's something else going on underneath there. Let's get back to the other one, and we'll keep going up here. Kermadec Ridge, or Kermadec Islands, 4.5 from 41 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down for that one. And we're getting over here, this is Solomon Islands, 4.5 at 1:34 a.m., 105 kilometers down for that guy. And 4.8 from 10:35, 500 kilometers down. And here's the whopper of the day. It's a 6.1 in Tual, Indonesia. and that would have shaken things up. That was at 2:37 our time, and 38.6 kilometers down. So an island region. It did not cause any tsunamis or anything like that. Shaker says 5 on the map. Again, it's take that with a grain of salt. But that's the big one today on the map. Next one over. Doc's trip to Yellowstone. Why, thank you, Oz. That's very kind of you. And Oz throws in a $5 super chat, and that is excellent. Thank you very kindly for that, and I appreciate that. And with a submarine, though, I don't think I'm going to be using a submarine. I think it's going to be a land-based thing. Driving there. But thank you very kindly, Oz. I do appreciate it. Anyway, this one 4.7, and in Indonesia as well. And that, of course, is from 1128, 111.6 kilometers down. Then we go further down here, 4.8, and we see that. That is also in Indonesia, 1554 at 10 kilometers down. And this one is a 4.1 from 5:52 a.m., 140 kilometers down for him. And this one here at Bali region, Indonesia, or Bali, I should say. Yeah, not Bali, Bali. There's the island of Bali, and that is right at the end of that fissure, or whatever you want to call it. Not so much a fissure, but big crack in the ground. Yeah. 4.4 anyway. 1703 is when that happened at 122.2 kilometers down, and that is Bali area. I remember reading stuff on Bali. And we do have this 4.4, and that is up in Japan. One of the, I guess, right in Japan, or is it off the coast? It's slightly off the coast, or is it? Yep, and just a little bit. And there it is, 3:38 a.m., 10 kilometers down. And then the other one that we seen was over on the other side here in the Japanese islands, 4.2, Bowen Islands area. 4:29 a.m., 449 kilometers down. Oh, more 12 bubbles. I'll get those figured out. Kuril Islands, we see a 4.8 from 4:38 a.m., and that's 143.7 kilometers down for that one. And looking over, and don't see too much in China or anything in Afghanistan. We do have some more quakes, a couple prominent ones here. 4.2 in Turkey, or Turkey, if you want to say it the right way. 15 kilometers down, happened at 12:10. And this one, Eastern Turkey, and I think that's closer to, let's see if we get the street view. Yeah, I was thinking it was Malayeta, or what is it, Malatia, but no, that's like a little further to the east. So still more quakes happening there. I wanted to mention today they actually still pulled out another guy who was alive, and he was down there for 10 days already. So that's a long time to be stuck, buried, and he managed to survive, and they pulled him out. So very, very happy to hear that, and I don't want to really dwell on the death total, but the people that have perished is 46,000 plus now, and that is a lot of people. Anyway, a 4.5 there in Romania as well, and that's what we see there. We do have this one in Africa, kind of unusual, in Tanzania, and that is 4.9. well, actually, it's not that unusual because if we go back to the satellite image, they're talking about this area possibly breaking off either here or through this area here and creating a small continent or island, if you will, large island. There's actually two quakes there. My bad. They're a 4.9. What's the other one underneath it? A 4.3. The 4.9 came in at 2:26 a.m., 10 kilometers down. The 4.3 at yesterday, 21:45 at 10 kilometers down. So is it possible that we're going to see this split open and drift off? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to take a few dozen more years before anything will happen there. And this one here, 5.3, Mid-Atlantic Ridge from 1911 yesterday, 10 kilometers down for him. And we are seeing, a bunch on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and of course the ones up north of Iceland here. The 4.6 is what they're calling it. There's those three up here that happened just recently, and the Icelandic readings were much lower. Mind you, that is really far out from the sensors in Iceland. Their most northern sensor, of course, is right here on Grimsey Island. So that's quite a distance to get over there. And if I do a rough measurement, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you got about 110 kilometers to the bottom one here, and probably about 140 kilometers to the top one. So that's quite a distance away, and the sensors don't work that well, I don't think. I'm not an expert in how well those sensors pick up, but definitely doing its thing. And yes, Tom, I did see your 5-minute warning there. And let's leave that be. That's it for the earthquakes on this one. Oh, I did want to see this one. 3.5 at let's try that again. Aktovik, that Alaska. And that's actually near North Pole, Alaska. And that's 16:35 was the time on it. And that will be 20.1 kilometers down, and very close to North Pole, Alaska. So I think a North Pole is over here somewhere, if I recall, somewhere around here, or maybe even here. I don't really remember. I've never been up there. It's too far north for me. Let's go over to the Canary Islands. I'm going to refresh that though, and see what we've got going on there. And there's our Canary Islands. We had a look at this guy before. Actually, let's take a look and see if there's anything up there on the nothing up on the East Azores Ridge up on the top. The one flashing, of course, is here in between Tenerife and Gran Canaria, and or as they say, Tenerife. And this is the volcano there that is kind of responsible for a lot of these quakes in that area. This one is a 1.9, and that came in at 8:23 this morning their time. So that's kind of what we've got going on over there. And let's see what we have. We've got nothing new on La Palma. So La Palma is safe for now. That is awesome. And we don't need to look at the map so much here for all of our volcanoes, but I just figured I'd pop it up there just so we do have it. The one place we didn't go yet, and we probably can skip this map because everything is pretty much still the same on there, nothing really new. The one place we haven't gone is to go over to Sicily, and we'll take a look and see if we can have a quick peek at Mount Etna, since we haven't seen that for a little while. So let's do that. and see if we can see it. There is Mount Etna covered in a pile of snow, and that snow is fairly deep. The old runs of lava here, they definitely have stopped moving. That's why I went with one fish instead. What? You've read over the 100 times it gets old. Green eggs and ham is what that is. Uh-oh, one fish. All right, and let's see if we can put you back on some lava here. Oh, I did forget to check one that I wanted to try to see, and I don't think there's that much happening there, though. And that is, maybe there is. And that is a Stromboli. Well, not a heck of a lot happening. And there's the primary vent, and of course you can see in the thermal. We did have a little bit of action there at Stromboli. Let's see if we can show that real quick. Stromboli, and there it is, and that is some stuff that happened at 1717, and I think that was that yesterday or today? The 17th, no, today. So a little bit of action happening there at Stromboli, not a heck of a lot, so that is kind of nice to see, and I think that's good, and we'll go take that break now. So we've covered everything, and we know Stromboli's getting back up there. Hopefully we'll see more action from it in the future, and hopefully their stream will stay up. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, and you feel we've earned it, by all means give that button a quick bop. So on that friendly note, let's see if we can put you back on to the lava flow here, and I know it's will probably end up in the clouds, but we'll see what we can do. And there you go, that is Hawaii, Halemaumau crater in Kilauea. And I'll leave that on. I'll probably be switching things around if it gets too foggy. And don't go away. More to come after the break. We'll go do some SO2 peaking and some weather. Don't go away, guys. Thanks. I'm Sam, so that's Sam, I am. Okay, I'll be back. I'm not Sam. I'm Doc. Okay, all good. microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host at DrFox2000, and of course you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. And yeah, I know, it's very smoky on the screen. I don't like it either, but hey, it's raining there. Nothing we can do about it. Hopefully by tomorrow it'll get better. And well, thank you for the welcome backs. From Teresa and Sue, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart, and good day, Doc, from Oz. Thanks, Oz. That's a lot of steam and smoke and fog and all kinds of things. Thanks, One Fish, for the welcome back. And yep, it is definitely not so nice. So. Anyway, let's go over and we'll see what we've got on our SO2 map since we finished most of everything else off. And let's go over there. I'm going to put a pause button there. And we'll get over to the right map. There we go. On screen. I'm going to do a refresh on this because this is a couple hours old already. So there, and that's better. Uh-oh. Saturday, snow. Oh, they changed it. It was a snow all day Saturday. Now it's just a little bit in the morning and a little bit in the evening. And then Sunday we get more of that flaky stuff, unfortunately. And yeah, winter's not over. And notice on Monday it says -5. Tuesday will actually be a lot colder. So we'll see what happens. Anyway. Not bad looking in North America overall. We do see a lot of blue areas. Hawaii definitely blue, and looks like this storm is raining and getting rid of a lot of that SO2. So when we look at it, we do have some SO2 still coming in from up north, of course, over and through. And seeing of course, the Yukon and Northwest Territories, some blue stuff, none of it looking a little bit better. And of course, British Columbia pretty clean, Alberta so-so, and then we see a lot of that is ending up in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, Northern Ontario. Happy to see the other portions of Ontario looking pretty clear. The stormy stuff here around the Great Lakes, of course, is taking that SO2 out of there and helping them. It's kind of getting dumped here and then going over top of Grandma B's house, unfortunately. Looks a lot better along the St. Lawrence Seaway and into bits of the Labrador, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia. A little bit there in the northern parts of New Brunswick, though. So. Out in the western part of the states, not so bad for the most part. Nothing until you get down into the heavily populated areas down on the bottom here. But even that is got a lot of patchy areas in here. So a little lighter than it was yesterday. Mexico City and of course Popocatépetl continuing to do their thing. And that is continuing to plume off across the Gulf of Mexico. I did want to kind of go over here for a second. We are still seeing some SO2 being generated in this area. And that is at the end of the Reagan's Ridge. And I'm still wondering if we have some underwater, you know, the end of that ridge where we have the ridge and then it turns as far as the mid-Atlantic ridge going down. I wonder if there is still some off-gassing going on there of some sort, creating that new continent. So we'll see what happens. The continent of Kunkel, I think, is what we're going to call it. I don't know. I'm kidding. Don't know if anything's going to pop up there, but anyway, Central America, we see most of that going back into the Pacific. Not so bad from Colombia, from Nevado del Ruiz, and we do see the regular stuff from the other volcanoes. Getting down here, though, This is a little bit more questionable. I don't know what's going on here. I'm kind of suspecting a volcano down here in South Sandwich Islands, maybe throwing some SO2 out. And we do see that plume going all the way up into here with the wind currents. We do still see a lot of stuff going over top of Argentina, and it's actually getting into Uruguay and those areas, and a little bit into Paraguay, and not so bad. And then, of course, I'm wondering if we've got a fire happening here in Brazil, because that is definitely an extra plume we don't normally see. We're still seeing quite a bit down here in Antarctica. That's kind of, I think, part of the snow melt is still having released a lot of it. It's going to take a while before that dissipates or gets retrapped in the snowflakes and freezes up. A White Isle volcano here in New Zealand continuing to do its thing. The refinery near Melbourne, not bad. Leo doesn't have a barbecue going, but he could be out at the beach, and I don't know if that's Leo's boat there. I'm kidding. I have no idea if Leo's out there. Anyway, the coking plants north of Sydney still doing their thing. As we move up, we're looking at Tofua in Tonga. It's not that bad today, and really not that bad here in Vanuatu either. And looking at the same thing for Papua New Guinea, pretty normal. We're not seeing super heavy plumes anywhere. It looks like Luolatok a little easier. Ibu and Dakono not so bad. Same thing with Semeru. And of course, I don't know about what's happening there at I think Jakarta is putting out more SO2 than we are seeing from our wonderful Krakatau there. So that may be what's causing that. Currency and Mararapi are not doing so much. And I don't know if, I can't remember what volcano was there. Anyway, that one up there doing its thing. But that's a lot of people pollution there too. Hardly anything coming from here. Cinnabung, thanks. That's what it is. Thanks, Sue. It would have come to me right away. As soon as I moved away from it, it started. I'm going, yeah, I know that. Taal still producing a fair amount of SO2, but also Manila, a lot of people there. So looking at China, still a lot of SO2 coming out of there, as well as balloons. And we see Taiwan isn't so bad. Suwanosejima, of course, creating this little bit of a plume. And then our wonderful Sakurajima doing that. And then, of course, Aso doing its thing up there as well. Sliding a little further north, you can see Tokyo itself is producing a little bit of SO2. And more here from the Russian Vladivostok, is it? Yeah, right there in that area. I don't know if that's all theirs, but certainly a lot of stuff going on. And going up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, we do see a little bit more here. I think Bulusan and Shivlish are working away, but I think somebody else that Klyushevskoy in here, possibly giving off a little bit extra as well. I hope I said that right, Sue. India, yep, normal there. Easier going there in South Africa, and DR Congo, not so heavy today. Bezimean, Shevlish, and Klyevsku, and possibly Karimsky. Yeah, I don't know about Karimsky. We do see a little bit more of a plume here from Erta Ale doing its thing, so it's back on the map, and I don't know if it's just because of the way the weather is. And looking here, the spots we see, that's oil refinery, Same with right there. Not so much coming from Iraq today. They might have the day off, but Kuwait and definitely oil refineries in Iran doing their thing. And then this plume here coming off of our wonderful Mount Etna, as well as Stromboli. And Stromboli, because it is a little bit more active. Let's see what that picture looks like. If we go full screen, yep, they caught a little bit of lava coming out of there. That is a Stromboli. So cool. And we'll leave that one be. And let's take a look at the rest of Europe and that area. Spain and Portugal, not bad. France, hardly anything. Southern Germany, pretty clear. Northern Germany, pretty clear. We do have that stream coming through here from Holland all the way across the central German areas. Belgium and Luxembourg look pretty decent. Looks pretty good in most of England, a little bit up here towards Scotland. Wales is clean, and we see some stuff being pushed from the Atlantic Ocean here onto our wonderful Irish Monkland. And again, I'm still contemplating, oh, let's get rid of that, contemplating that we've got something happening here coming out of the end of the Reykjanes Ridge, and possibly mid-Atlantic ridge, right where the Reykjanes Ridge ends, and then it cuts over and then continues on. And I'm thinking that's something that we may be having happen there. Still don't know. Still don't have any confirmations on anything. Certainly no underground or underwater volcanoes there from what I understand. So that's all good. Let's start off with our fresh weather map, and looking at what we've got here. Still a lot of cold up in the north, so we see that cold starting to push back down into the northern corner of British Columbia. That's not so bad, but getting back into Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba, of course. And let's see what we got. Edmonton -2 right now. Still seeing, there's kind of that cutoff line. We're going to see that get a change. Vancouver coming in at about, 4 degrees, 3, 4, something like that, 5, depending on where you are. And just above freezing for our wonderful Bob out there. And that is okay. And then going over here and taking a look for the night out. Our friend KC has got -7 degrees. That's not so bad for someone living there. And then, of course, Winterpeg about -6 degrees. The other areas here are 7, 8, and those areas for Judy M and that. And then we can see that cold crept back down into the northeastern portions of Ontario. We see -8 in Toronto right now. -9 in London, Detroit -7, Chicago for Tom and Pepper is -6. So that's kind of what we're seeing there, a little bit on the cold side. And then getting up here, -18 in the top end of New Brunswick. And looking at what we've got, Halifax at -1 right now. That warm waters still a little bit, about 100 kilometers further south or southeast. Cole Harbour -1, about the same as Halifax right now. And looking here in Newfoundland, we see a -13 up on the top end. Gets a little warmer as we get closer to the warmer air. And then out here on the Avalon Peninsula, anywhere from 1 to 3 degrees. Labrador, on the other hand, very cold, -30s something. I know, Sue, I can't live it down. It's anyway, it's all good. 6 or 7 there in Portland. We see about 11 degrees there in San Jose. Los Angeles only 13. Phoenix 13. That cold mass with this high in here is still sticking around. And you know, those whole areas in here, it's just amazing that we're still seeing that. Colorado and those places, some places as cold as minus 15, 16 degrees Celsius. That is just crazy. And even here in the mountains, and where Yellowstone is, you know, minus 15, minus 16, it's nuts, especially considering it's 1 or 2 or 3 degrees up and around everywhere else around it. It's just like that cold wants to sit there. And I don't know, that's not so good for them. Anyway, we did say 13 in Phoenix. Going over here, Oklahoma City, we see about 3 degrees. That cold still pushed down into Texas. So bottom end of Texas, only about 10 degrees Celsius. We see San Antonio, only 8. 6 in Houston, Austin is 6, Dallas 5 degrees. Little Rock, Arkansas, about 5 degrees Celsius. That is just cold for them. And we see the cutoff line is right out here in the water. So get a boat and go here. Look, minus or plus 21. What was I saying? And there we go, 7 in New Orleans. Mobile, Alabama, 7. And here's the cutoff line. You can see down here in Florida, 24 in Miami. You get up to Jacksonville, 16. And what a big difference. Atlanta is 1 or 2 degrees. Charlotte, North Carolina, coming in at about 4. Grandma B's house is about 5 Celsius. That is just crazy. Philadelphia is 2. And 0 in New York, and minus 1 there in Boston. So lots of cold. That cold, I don't know, the warmth isn't pushing it out. It's still hanging here in the Baja. And let's see, where we got in Mazatlan, 20 degrees for a vacation spot that's supposed to be 28. It's pretty darn cold there. Mexico City, 13 or 14, depending on where you point the hamster, all the way up to 15 or 16, I guess, in some spots. But we do see some 29, 30 degree temperatures here. That makes you wonder. 27 there in Acapulco. Cancun, right now about 24, 25. And then we get into Central America. Things start warming up real quick. Colombia, we do see some temperatures there up in the 30 degree temperature mark, and that is pretty nice for them. Same thing with in Venezuela, 29, and it's already in the evening, so that's still holding some good temperature. Amazon, of course, holding some decent temperatures as well, and going into Bolivia, except for the mountains, and that's where they're getting cold. But that's 25, 24, so not bad. 23 there. It gets a little cooler once we get to the south end of Paraguay. And looking at Rio de Janeiro, they have 26 right now. That's more like it. 23 in Sao Paulo and or Sao Paulo. Anyway, bottom end of Brazil though, getting a lot colder. And let's see, Paysandu, 12 degrees Celsius, and that is not so good for them there. And Argentina did cool off a whole bunch. You can see that cold, and it is definitely in there. And we see Santiago there about 20 degrees in some spots. Yep, 21. But cold nonetheless in other places like that. Let's see. Yep, our reports from Grenzed were correct. Beautiful there in our wonderful New Zealand today, showing anywhere from 23, 26 in some places on the south end. Christchurch coming in at about 12. 20. I mean, not 12. Looks like about 19 or so there in Wellington, and the west side here about 21, 23, depending on where you are. looks like the North Island, beautiful weather as well, decent temperatures, and Taupo has got somewhere around 20 right now. Looking up at Auckland 22, and that is a lot better for them, 23. Hopefully it'll help dry out all that miserable rain that they had. And Miles, Queensland is 34 degrees Celsius. Holy mackerel, and that is hot. And 21 in Hobart today. So that heat that they had yesterday, it's only half there now. So still nice though, with 24, 25 degrees there. Melbourne, a little bit cooler today at 21 degrees. That's not so bad. 23 there in Adelaide. But the interior is still scorching hot. And probably still, good drying out sunshine. I'm on the beach now for a swim. Excellent. 31, 32 in Sydney. And like I say, that other stuff is looking pretty hot. And Oz has got about 31 degrees there right now. Oz, is that what your temperature is there in Brisbane? 31. And we do see about 39, 40 where that low is sitting. And yeah, that's fire at Miles Dock still going. Okay, that's not good for them. Hope that fire goes out. And we do still see some of these 41 degree temperatures up and way up in the north here as well. And 40, 41, that's just crazy. Perth at about 28. So yeah, Miles is somewhere in the interior here. It won't show up on this map, but they are crazy hot. So that is what we've got. Miles is 337 kilometers northwest of Brisbane. Brisbane is here, so northwest by a little ways. That's about where you'd be, somewhere around here, 34, 35 degrees, and that would make sense. So big fires up there, and what a name, Toowoomba. Okay, I guess it's not there, but it's Miles has got to be up here somewhere. And let's take a look. It looks a little cooler there in Fiji today, with only about 25, 26. The other island about 27, and a little cooler in New Caledonia, Papua New Guinea, Vanuatu, a little cooler as well by a degree or so. And seeing what we've got here, not bad in Papua New Guinea, a little cooler than yesterday. Eastern Indonesia, a little bit better as well. And then we see what we've got there, pardon me, in some of the other islands. Not bad. 24, 25, 26. That's a little easier to take. Sumatra and Java both still doing very, very well. Bangkok coming in at about 23, it says here. 26 is what Sue brought up. Not good. Chinchilla is a bigger place, but it is all out. Back. Oh, all outback. Okay, got it. And 29 in our wonderful Manila there. And looks like Japan, the bottom end, is warming up a little bit with that high sitting there, bringing that warmer air in. Kagoshima being at 16 right now, so that's a lot better. And we do still see some very cold spots, so they're likely not getting that much snow anymore. 11 or 12 degrees there in Tokyo. And even Sapporo above freezing, so that is a good sign for them. And the Kamchatka Peninsula in the minus 20 range for the most part. That low moved off a little bit, so that cold has crept back down. I'm going to take my break now, you guys, and what we're going to do is we'll come back after the break, and we'll continue on with taking a look at the rest of the weather, and then we'll get into precipitation and taking a quick peek at the coldest spots. I see Freddy is still going down here, but we got another low building there. And the other ones are gone way down here, so they're mixing up. But yep, let me take that break, and let's see if we can find you some more lava. I know we're getting pretty smoky here, and it's tough to find a clear spot. And so that's 10 hours and 13 minutes ago. I'm going to put it back to live and see what it looks like. I don't think it's any good. No, live is horrible. Look at that. That's so steamy you can't see a darn thing. Let's see how that looks. Well, it's better on this. The thermal, we can actually still see something. We do still see some lava on this side of Pig Island as well. So that's interesting. Let's see what that one looks like. No. And what about this one? This is the other crater view. Oh boy. Yep, we're not batting 100 there, guys. So let me see if I can find you a clear spot here, and let that go for the break. How about right there? I'll do what I can to keep it clear, and that's all good. Not good, dog. Chinchilla is a bigger place, but it's all out back. Yeah. That's too hot in the outback. I don't like that part. 40 all the time is no good. Anyway, for those good people who are here, please do hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button and sitting in the Lurkers Lounge, please do give that a consideration if you feel we've earned it. And I'm going to take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back after the break. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, and wear a gas mask. I'll be back. And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Catch your breath after all that dancing and toe tapping. And that is awesome. Let's see. Welcome back, Doc from Sue. And what? And me, black suede shoes. Skechers? Black? Okay. Skechers. All right, fine there, Mr. C&D boy. And thank you, JB and One Fish. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. It's all good. Okay, let's thank you, Teresa, for the welcome back winner. All right, let's continue on with our weather, whether we like it or not, and see what we can come up with there. And I just want to do something here, kind of fix things up for a second or two or three, and see if I can just do a little bit of there. We'll leave it right there. Okay, so where's my map? There we go. Anyway, we left off here in the Indian Ocean. We did say that Freddy is still cooking. We do have a new low over here that is doing its thing. Looks like Sri Lanka is a little bit colder than normal today. And we see, while it's early in the morning there, so we see what's going on there. It's a little... well, Delhi isn't too bad. 14 degrees there right now. So that's better than what they had. That cold kind of went back up north. Madagascar, pretty normal. And what do we got? 18 down in Cape Town. Going through the African area, not too bad. We do see that cold trying to creep back down. The Western Sahara is starting to warm up a little bit more and holding that heat. Only 9 degrees there in Cairo, 9 or 8. UAE still dipping down to 15 or 16 degrees in some spots. And same thing goes for the Oman and Yemen. Not so warm there in Saudi Arabia today. Baghdad coming in at only 4 degrees. Horribly cold. And we don't see those minus 18 to 20 degree temperatures there. Oh, there's a minus 18. Sorry, I lied. And there's a minus 19 in western Turkey. But just the affected area here is still quite cold. And those poor people that are homeless and without, they are having to bear with all of that. Melayat, minus 4 up there, and Gaziantep still a minus 2. Over here, Adana 0. So those places, and down here, what is it? Antakya, if I said it right, that's the area where they had the massive earth open up, and that is still very cold as well. Let's get over and take a look and see what Peggy's got for temperature. She's got that warmer air pushing up north, so she's probably got a 13 or 14 degrees there somewhere. And yeah, I'd say about 13 degrees at her place. So, oh, it says 9 degrees, and that's a big difference. This map is, yeah, we're still pretty current. I could refresh it, see if it'll change. Yeah, still the same. So, I don't know. They're saying it's a little colder, but she said it was not a bad day. So, let's go over here and take a look in Sicily in Randazzo, saying 3 degrees. How close is that? And we'll see. So that'd be on Mount Etna, while on the slopes of Mount Etna, hopefully it is a little bit warmer there. 1 degree. Okay. So the map is off a little bit. Sardinia, low temps. Not good for them. Naples are coming in at 8. Rome at 2. Milano at 5. They're warmer up there. And we see the bottom end of Spain and, of course, Portugal warming up as well. Looks like, oh, I didn't need to click on it. Madrid coming in at 5 degrees Celsius. Aurelio's got about 3 degrees there in Valladolid. What is it? Valladolid, if I said it right. That's a tough name, too. Warmer stuff, though, still here in France going barreling through. So I'm surprised all that cold is being held down, but we do have this warmer air from the Gulf Stream coming in, and 9 degrees there in Nantes, and then 10 in Paris. Munich coming in at 8, and that's amazing. 10, Frankfurt, Cologne coming in at 11. Yvonne Kunkel's house would be about 10 degrees right now. Brussels here 10 degrees as well. Amsterdam showing 9 degrees. Berlin about 6. Hamburg about 6. That's not so bad. Up here 5 degrees in Copenhagen, and Aarhus coming in at about 5 there as well. 5, 6, that kind of thing. 1 in Oslo. Stockholm at 2. And over here in St. Petersburg a -5. And Moscow, a very cold -11, so that's kind of what they got there. Looks like England is doing a lot better, 11 degrees right now. Looks like Wales is slightly cooler, but not by much. And we got 11 in Leeds, going up to Glasgow, 4 degrees there. Aberdeen 4 as well. And looking here at Dublin, we see 11, and Irish Monk is probably got about 10 or 11 degrees as well, if this map is right. And there we go. That's the only one that we've got. That is correct. And let's go over to Iceland, and I see some very cold temps there up in the cold areas. And that is a -18 in those places. Wow. A little warmer in Reykjavik, coming in at about -1, and that seems to be pretty much close to being on. -2 if you're going to go look at some volcanoes. Not so windy looking right now. And that's it for our generalized weather. We do see a nasty low here, and that is probably causing some precipitation for Greenland and up here in these areas, up in Baffin Island and that kind of stuff. So that's going to happen there. Let's take a look at the other precipitation. And yep, British Columbia coast all the way down to just about the Oregon border, up north through the Alaskan Panhandle, and all the way into Alaska. We do have that system. So the interior of British Columbia definitely getting nailed with some more snow. Northern Alberta's got some flakes happening, and we're supposed to get some of that. Northern Saskatchewan as well. Nothing in the southern areas. Manitoba, a little bit of flakiness, and northern Ontario, especially up near the Hudson's Bay, seeing some stuff going on there. A lot less lake effect snow today, and that is all right. And then we get out here, New Brunswick, PEI, Nova Scotia, ice rain, snow. What the heck are you having to deal with there, Sue? Holy mackerel, that is a lot of stuff. And look at all this stuff out here. And yeah, snow, more snow in Newfoundland, and ice rain here all the way from well, the Avalon Peninsula and everything, and not so much in Labrador though, and not that much in Quebec, so they are spared. But yeah, that's that system going up along the coast, and hopefully that will dissipate soon. Had a freezing rain today, and now snow. Boy, oh boy, that'll make it slippery on the roads. We do see a system off here in the waters. I'm not sure where that's going to go, if that's going to come towards the land, or if that's going to head off to Hawaii. Here's what's happening in Hawaii, by the way, for those good people who know. They are getting all kinds of rain and stuff with that system moving through. Central America, not bad, a little bit of rain here and there, and then of course the rainforest to be expected. We expect to see rain in Brazil and Peru and Paraguay and those places, Uruguay, Bolivia. Well, actually Paraguay doesn't have that much. Northern Argentina a little bit, and looks like Rio is being spared right now, but the other areas around it getting some. I'm sure it's going to get some as well. It looks like on the coast here near Buenos Aires, it's in far enough that they're not getting any, but Paysandú not getting any rain right now, but out on the coast they are getting nailed, and that's what's going on there. And Chile, of course, in the mountainous inlets there, some stuff happening, but not too bad. Sliding over to New Zealand. A little bit of rain in New Zealand, up here on the northern portions of the peninsula near Auckland's. Nothing too severe, no superstorms. And some also on the South Island. That is not that bad. We do see that system going down further south, and that is in between there. That's probably going to get pushed further south. I don't think anybody needs to worry. We do see this bit here. That's why Tasmania looked the way it was, cold on the one side. They do have rain coming down. Melbourne, nothing, no rain. We do see a little bit of rain out here, Canberra and that area. Nothing too crazy. And this rain here, probably not going up far enough to go up to miles and put out the fires. Maybe this will come down a little bit. I doubt it though, but this is circulating this way, and I don't know if that'll get up there and drop moisture. This storm system though, definitely dumping some moisture in for them, and looks like Fiji and the Solomons and those areas are getting rained upon pretty heavy, and then of course Indonesia and Philippines. It is the rainy season, and that is what we've got there. And it looks like the western side of Japan, southern western side, getting a bunch of rain. Up in the north, some snow to be expected. It's fairly cold there yet. Kamchatka Peninsula, not bad. A little bit of moisture there in a couple spots, but not doing as bad as it could be. And looks like a regular stuff, a little bit of rain there in Sri Lanka and a couple spots in India. Nothing too bad. We do see this system sitting up here. That's not good for those guys, but let's look at South Africa. Yep, Johannesburg area and you know, all those countries. It's rainforesty rain season. It's what we've got. Same thing with northern portion of Madagascar getting a little bit of rain. Of course, dry in the Sahara Desert, as well as Saudi Arabia drying up a little bit, and that is all good. And looks like we got some rain there in the Ukraine, as well as heading towards Moscow. That a low sitting right up there near Stockholm, and that is giving them a bunch of rain. A little bit of rain in bottom here in Portugal, nothing too bad. Looks like Spain is fairly dry. France is dry. Most of Germany not bad. Holland not bad. Scotland on the other hand, and the northern half of England definitely getting some rain. And looks like Sweden and Finland, and of course the coastal areas of Norway are definitely getting nailed. And let's see what we got here. Not that bad in Iceland. Northern areas are getting some more snow, and just north of Reykjavik, the capital city, getting more snow. And there we go. That is all good for that. But yeah, that is, looks like Greenland has got a storm sitting on its tip. That's that nasty low that's right there. That's twirling everything around, and it is what it is. All right, let's go on our temperature hunt. South Pole area first. And let's see what we can find. Oh, right off the bat, minus 50 already. Wow. Let's see. We got to find something colder than minus 50. And let's look around a little bit. There's a high over here. That might be colder. No, minus 42, 43. That's not so cold. That is almost penguin weather. But yep, we had a minus 50. Let's see if we can find anything colder than a minus 50. 47, 48, 50. Right in that area, minus 50 degrees Celsius. So that is a pretty chilly, if you ask me. Oh, minus 51. I see minus 51 on the screen in Antarctica. So minus 51 we have. Do we have a minus 52? And no, I think a minus 51 is about the worst we're going to get right now. And I do not see it. Yep, a minus 51 right there. Let's see if we find a minus 52. There. Minus 51. Minus 51. No, getting back up to minus 50. So I'm going to call it at a minus 51 degrees there in Antarctica. Let's go to Greenland and see if we can find a minus 80. I don't think we'll find a minus 80, but we'll see. Starting out with a minus 49 real quick. That is pretty chilly. Oh, I see a minus 50. So let's see if we can find anything colder than a minus 50 there. How about a minus 51? We need a minus 51 in Greenland. Minus 52 in Greenland. Minus 55. How about minus 60 in Greenland? I'm surprised Greenland doesn't get colder than what it is, because it's all a big chunk of ice, really. Oh, I seen a minus 51 right there. Where'd you go? Minus 51. There it is. A minus 51. Let's look for a minus 52. Minus 51 right there. 51, 51, 51, and we'll see if we can find a minus 52. And I'm not seeing it. Everything else around it is warmer. No, I'm going to have to live with a minus 51. I think that's all we're going to get for Greenland today. Let's go to the Canadian northern portions of the Arctic and find our cold place. And we'll start out with minus 45 already, minus 46, minus 48, right in here. Let's take a look and see if we can locate that again. A minus 48, and 47, 48. And let's see, where else we got cold? A minus 48, 49, a minus 50, and let's see, a minus 50 we have. Oh, I seen a minus 51 there for a second. Gotta zoom in on that area. Minus 50, minus 50. Minus 49. Where'd you go? I thought I seen a minus 51 for a second. Alright. We are definitely minus 50, so let's search in a couple of other places here and see what else we can find. Looks like still warmer over here. Still warm, warmish, warmish. No, we don't like that. Warmish. As soon as it turns pink, you can tell it's warmer. So minus 50 so far is what we had in here. And we'll take a look over here and see if we can find anything colder. Minus 44. Nope, nothing there. Minus 41. 46. What about in this region? Minus 45, 46, 44. Nope, 41, 45. Anything further down here? 41. No, I don't know. So far, minus 50 is the best we can do. Minus 45. Let's see. Nope, nope, nope. Minus 39. No, that's not going to work. And what about way up north? And they should be colder, shouldn't they? You'd think, but it doesn't always work that way. You know, it's just like when you look at Siberia, that's actually quite a ways south in comparison to where the North Pole is. You'd think the North Pole would be the coldest place, but it never is. Oh, and there's a minus 48, I see. Let's see, minus 48, 47, 48. No, I don't think we're seeing anything colder. 43, minus 45. It's cold though. That's pretty darn cold. Minus 47, minus 48 right there. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to maybe stick with a minus 50, but we'll see. Let me see what we can find. I'm still not giving up yet. A minus 45, 46, 44, 47, 48, minus 48. No, I don't see. It's warmer there, warmer there. No, minus 50 was the cold temp that I had so far. Where am I? Up here. So that was minus 50. Let's see. There's got to be something colder in here. 49. There's that minus 50. Let's see if we can find a minus 51. No. Minus 50 is about the coldest that I can find there. I think I'm going to have to give up with it. Minus 50 degrees Celsius. Hold it, 47. 48. What about here? Didn't check there. Yep, I'm going to call it at a minus 50 degrees Celsius, and we'll go over and take a look at Siberia, see if it's any colder there. So let's take a look and see what we got for a minus 90 degree temperatures. There's a high. That's usually cold around those. Lots of warm areas here. Wow. This normally here we see those really cold temps. Not seeing them today. There's a minus 46 in there. 44, 46, 47, and minus 47 so far. What about the other side here? Nope, minus 47 so far. Let's see what else we got. There's 42s, 44, 45 over there. Starting to warm up, I think. minus a 45. So far minus a 47 is our low. So far, we'll see if we can find anything colder. What about this area? 45, 44, and 41, 42. Not seeing it. Not, ooh, a minus a 48, and that's our low so far, minus a 48. And let's see, anything colder here? No, minus a 48 so far. So what else we got? Go over a little bit more. 44. No, that ain't gonna work. A 46 right there. So minus a 48 so far. Let's see if we can find anything a little bit colder. They are starting to warm up, eh? It is the change of season. Once they start getting a little bit of sunlight up there during the day, that's when things happen. And that is kind of what we're seeing with some of the water flow and stuff in the rivers starts going a little bit. Oh, and there's a minus a 48. Let's zoom in here. Well, I seen 49 here for a second. Darn it, I missed it. Okay. I don't know, minus a 48 is not very cold for Siberia. We need a colder. 46, 45. And let's see. No, hang on. Let me zoom out and just look. What about these islands up here? No, nothing. They're too warm. Yep. Oh, hang on. A 45. Just a check along here. Minus a 45, 46. So far we got minus a 48, and we can't beat it. Darn it. There's a 47. That's not very good. Well, it's good for them, not good for me. I can't find the cold spots. The Siberian Highway. Minus a 47 degrees Celsius. And yep, looks like minus a 47. We'll follow that route. Yeah, it's too warm. What do we got there? I think I'm gonna have to give up. Minus a 48 was the lowest I found, and that was up here in these little spots here somewhere. I think Sue has probably got me whooped. She probably found like minus 65 or something. And yep, I think we're going to give up. Minus 48 is my low for Siberia today. So Siberia is warming up. And yep, there, minus 51, minus 51, minus 50 in the Arctic. Sue whooped you again. Did she? What'd Sue get? She probably got minus 65 somewhere in some secret spot. The ice goddess prevails. That figures. Oh, she got minus 52 in Siberia. Well, I didn't do too bad. We got the same in Antarctica and Greenland. She beat me by a degree in the Canadian North, but she beat me by 4 degrees there in Siberia. Wow, I've been nailed. Oh, spell check prevails. Yep, that was interesting. Very good, Sue. Thank you for that wonderful fun, and that is all good. And looks like we are starting to get a little bit of warmth there in our wonderful northern hemisphere. But it still is a cold no matter what. Thanks, Sue Spellcheck, LOL. Spellcheck? Who's got the spell check problem? Antarctica? No, that's not the spell check. Referee? No, that's okay. Come on, Dr. Fox, I can find it. No, I'm done. I'm done. It's let's get back to something a little warmer, and let's put that on here for right now. Going to put that back on play. Let's warm up on the lava, and I hope a Kilauea prevails versus prevails. Oh, there's the spell check hunter. Spelling bee a champion. There you go, and that is all good. And prevails. There we go. Okay, you guys, thank you, Sue, and that is awesome, and love doing that, and of course, that is very nice of you to do. Hey, I see 99 likes on my my chat here, and still 27 people in the channel, 28 now. Anyone else that hasn't hit the like button, please give it a quick bop. And let me see, Silly Human, we got 100 likes. No, I see 99 on my studio screen. And, oh, now I see 100. Now we got it. That is excellent. Anyway, thank you everyone for being here today. You guys are awesome. And of course, it is our Friday night show, so all cool. And I want to send out a big thank you to all of you, first off, for being here. I really do appreciate it. Also, you know, that's everyone within the Lava family. And whether you're a member, non-member, that type of thing, you're still part of this wonderful Lava family. And we really do enjoy that and like having everyone in. Big thank you to OneFish26 for gifting that one membership, and then also a big thank you to the Super Chatters, Michael Olson for his, and Irish Monk for his very generous two big Super Chats, and also thank you Oz for her wonderful Super Chat as well. Thank you Super Chatters, you guys are awesome. Big thanks to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Joseph Fields, Texas, as well as Lucas Snow. Thank you everyone for being here today. You guys are awesome, and we'll wrap up the show. So remember, tomorrow is Saturday. Please make sure that you are early, Grandma B. Oh, did I say that out loud? There's another bunny eating, by the way. And on that friendly note, we got rocket launches tonight. I will try to see if I can watch some of those. And Sharon Stewart says, thanks for a great stream. Grandma B says, yes, LOL, okay. And thanks, Sue, for being here, and thanks for, oh, we didn't go through our volcano list. Darn it. I'm going to leave it for tonight, Sue. We'll grab it in the morning, and we'll use part of from today's, and we'll use it tomorrow. Sometimes it just gets a little overwhelming with getting everything all done, so sorry, Sue, and we'll see what we can do. Subliminal for Grandma B, yeah, and all right, yeah, sometimes that is just too much, but I do want to wrap up the stream. I'm trying to keep them a little bit shorter, you guys. It's a long list today, 12 volcanoes. Yeah, it is too. So, we'll try to work with that from today's. We'll throw those in tomorrow. So if you only want to do for tomorrow, we'll put today's in as from yesterday's kind of thing. So we'll get it done. All right. Anyway, we'll leave it. Yeah, add it to tomorrow. Sounds good. Oh, we got 2 bunnies in Bunnyland right now. That is really cool and nice to see. All right. Be good, everyone. Take care of yourselves, and thank you all for being here. I really do appreciate it, and all the best to all of you. Have yourselves a wonderful evening or morning or day, depending on where you are. And take care, and please, please, most of all, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone, and take care, and oink oink!